for Monday, April 3rd. We have a couple of study session topics before we get into the main agenda. Up first is Sustainability Coordinator Mel Englund, Deputy Director of O&M Chris Edelstein, and Partners in Energy Community Facilitator, and Project Lead Lynn Jemison, here to discuss the draft of the EV Action Plan. Good evening, Ms. Englund.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, City Council. I am here tonight to, oh, I don't see it up there. Oh, perfect. I'm here tonight to present on the draft electric vehicle action plan. And I'm here tonight with Deputy Director of Operations and Maintenance, Chris Edelstein, who will be able to answer any questions you all have around the fleet. I'm also here with Lynn Jemison, the Facilitator and Project Coordinator for the XL Partners in Energy side. And then I don't have her listed, but I'm really happy to say that we're also joined here by Liz Gardner, who is the Area Manager for Community and Local Government Affairs with XL Energy. And she'll be able to answer any questions you all may have around the grid or XL. All right, so the agenda for tonight, we're gonna be going over the why and the process for the plan. We're also gonna be going over the goals and the focus areas, as well as what we learned and next steps. And then we're gonna be ending the night by fielding any questions and taking all feedback. So there are many whys behind this plan, but I wanted to kick things off with what I think is the most urgent why, and that is that automakers have already started coming out with statements that they're gonna be transitioning to complete or majority EV production by 2040, which is much sooner than I think we may think. And so when these cars are transitioned to EVs, Englewood residents and visitors will really need that infrastructure in place in order to get around the city conveniently and visit. So this is really a prime time to begin thinking about, where our gaps are and what work we need to do in order to be in a good spot when 2040 inevitably rolls around. So there are other whys, however. So one is that building this infrastructure can be a great economic driver for the city. So EVgo, which is a charging company, shared some of their 2021 data that showed that 80% of their customers identified as regular shoppers, which means that they frequent local retailers while they're waiting for their car to charge. Other benefits include lower fuel costs, as well as cost stabilization and reduced maintenance costs. And then final, additional benefits include the elimination of air pollution, as well as the reduction of overall greenhouse gas emissions. All right, so into the plan. So the process for this plan began back in August of 2022 when the city was selected by XL's Partners in Energy program, or PI, to receive free assistance in creating its first ever EV action plan. The city then convened a core planning team of city staff, residents, and key stakeholders. We also wanted to take an even further deep dive into EVs within Englewood, so we held 6 focus groups, such as one with Englewood Public Schools and with developers. We also partnered with the Greater Englewood Chamber of Commerce to hold a thought co-op so we could hear from Englewood businesses around challenges and opportunities. And then we also had a public comment open from March 17th to April 2nd. And we also had an event on March 25th so residents could come provide feedback in person or online. So the core planning team created the vision for this plan, which is the City of Englewood supports its sustainability goals through electric vehicle adoption that is accessible, inclusive, sustainable, cost-effective, and innovative. There are 4 goals that were identified during this process. One is that 20% of light-duty vehicles in Englewood zip codes are electric by 2030. This aligns with state EV plans as well as XL's goals as well. Another is that 5 city facilities have public charging stations by the end of 2024. Another goal is that 20% of light-duty city fleet vehicles are electric by 2030. And then the last is 100% of multifamily properties with 30 units or more have public charging within a quarter mile by 2030. And I do want to just flag where that asterisk is. We did have an error in the public draft plan. It lists this baseline as 0.05%, and it's actually 5%, and that'll be fixed for the second version. So there are 4 focus areas that were also identified during this process. So one is fleets, which is leading by example by electrifying the city fleet and supporting fleet electrification for local businesses and organizations. The second is public charging, so supporting installation of public charging at strategic and equitable locations. The third is public EV adoption, so conducting outreach to those who live, work, and visit Englewood with an emphasis on equitable access. And the fourth is policy, so integrating proactive EV policy into regional plans, transportational plans, and codes as appropriate. So for the fleet's focus area, 3 strategies were identified. One is to develop a city fleet vehicle replacement plan. This will utilize data that the city received from the Fleet Electrification Analysis Program, or FEAP, that identified 24 potential cars that could be good candidates to transition to an EV. Those 24 identified would have the potential to reduce total cost of ownership by 1% compared to their gas counterparts, and that 1% includes $274,000 in operational costs saved over that 24 vehicle lifetime. The second is to adopt a city fleet electric first vehicle procurement policy. It's quite a mouthful, but I just want to note that this is for whenever the vehicle is readily available, it meets the needs, and where the incremental cost associated with total cost of ownership is cost effective. And then third, for strategies for fleets, is to explore the feasibility of electrifying the Englewood trolleys. So this is one with high interest from residents, at least when I talk to them about EVs. And so the city is already planning to participate in a county transportation and micromobility plan funded by Dr. Cog. And the hope is to explore new technologies to reinvent how the shuttle would operate and then create a transition plan. The next focus area, public charging, we identified 4 strategies. So one is to map ideal public charging station locations. One example of this you can find on page 10 of the EV action plan. Another is to install public charging stations at city facilities, as well as encourage local businesses to install public charging stations. And then the last strategy identified was to work with large employers to install public charging stations. For public EV adoption, there were 3 strategies identified. One is to increase EV awareness and share resources with those who live, work, and visit Englewood. Another is to explore electric micromobility options. And this one is really important because it highlights the equity aspect of this plan. Car ownership, EV or not, is just not feasible for all individuals. And so increasing the avenues to lower financial entry options, such as e-bikes and e-scooters, is really important. And then the last strategy is to encourage multifamily properties to install charging stations. And then for our final focus area policy, 3 strategies were identified. One is somewhat of an easy win, and that's to participate in the Arapahoe County Regional EV Planning process, which we already are. The second is to adopt EV-ready codes to ensure that future developments are ready for the wave of EVs that are coming. And then the third is to establish design guidelines for public charging stations to inform the design of new and redeveloped parking lots and on-street parking with EV charging. So this picture on the right is a good example of what design guidelines for in regard to accessibility could look like. All right, so we are nearing the close here. So I just want to go over some of the things that stood out to us that we learned along the way. So when we interviewed some developers, we found that both that were interviewed were actually very supportive of EV-ready codes because they said, 1, this is just the way that the market is going, and 2, it's significantly cheaper to just build this in for a new development than to go back in later on and retrofit one. We also discovered in the focus groups that of the large Englewood employers that we interviewed, they were very supportive of EV adoption and actually underway with their own efforts as well, which is great to hear. Another that I highlighted earlier is just the importance that an equitable plan look beyond just cars, really focusing also on those e-bikes and scooters. And then finally, as you can see from this map here on the right, there's really a huge opportunity for growth for the City of Englewood regarding chargers near multifamily units, which again, this kind of plays into that equity focus for the plan. All right, so to close with next steps. So yesterday, public comment closed. Tonight, we're gonna be receiving feedback from you all for the plan, and we'll be hard at work this week, kind of analyzing those comments and putting them into the second rendition. And then we will be back on Monday, April 17th with the second version of the plan for potential adoption from City Council. And then if adopted, the next 18 months, the city would receive free implementation support from Excel's Partners in the Energy Program. So that wraps things up for us. Thank you so much for your time, and open up to any questions or feedback.
Ms. Englund, thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions from council? Go ahead, Member Woodward.
Thank you for the presentation. I noticed in the staff report that it had mentioned that the police department wasn't going to participate because of obvious reasons. They need to have their cars ready to go. But how about code enforcement vehicles, those types of vehicles that don't typically work more than 8 to 10 hours a day?
I might pull in Chris. Yeah. Anything city fleet. I'm like, that's Chris.
Good evening, Chris Edelstein, Deputy Director of Public Works Operation and Maintenance. We did take a look at the code vehicles, so we presented a list to Swatch, that's the consultant that did the analysis for us. We gave them all roughly 325 pieces of equipment. From there, they went through and looked at vehicles that had a readily available, on the current market, available to replace. So code enforcement, unfortunately, just got a bunch of new Colorados, which we do have a replacement for, but we're looking at 8 years before we'd be bringing them for replacement. So they are under consideration now.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from council? Member Newnenkamp?
Thank you so much for the plan. This has been a long time coming. It's exciting to finally see it, and I really love how this plan is so tailored to our community and where our community's at and what we need. So great work on this. I had a question about the micro-mobility piece, specifically around e-bikes and e-scooters. We're seeing a lot of increase in popularity, and we're seeing some of our municipal neighbors actually open rebate programs, that kind of thing. I know that from what I see here, I think the strategy is really to explore what options might be for Englewood. Are you thinking that that might be a possibility, or what might those options look like? Can you just give us an idea of what's out there?
Yeah, so I'm going to be honest that I don't know what I don't know. Denver really is kind of the leader, at least in Colorado, that I'm thinking of for this program. I know their e-bike program is super popular, and we've actually had some residents ask us if we do that. I would love, I don't know what the Arapahoe transportation and micro-mobility plan will look like, but I would hope that they would answer some of those questions of what would be good for our community to implement some of those things.
That's great, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Actually, Ms. Englund, I have one question. I know that you've been, whether they're focus groups or just other community outreach, have there been any misconceptions about EVs or just from the public in terms of, you know, whether it's range anxiety or how to charge within your home, those type of things? Has anything come up from that just trying to understand how much people understand about EVs at the moment?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we actually had a survey that people could fill out too, so we could kind of gauge those exact things, and more resources around education around kind of quelling the range anxiety, and just education in general was something that residents really wanted. So I think that want is there, and I think people do have it for sure. But I will say, so we did have the event on March 25th where we were taking questions from folks that they had it. We do have an event on April 8th. Same thing where people can come and really ask the questions that they have. We're just trying to be more out in the community so people feel like they have someone to ask these questions to that's not Google.
No, that's good. One other question I happen to have was about the 5 charging stations that we've identified. Obviously, those are, city property, but they're not really near any of our shopping districts, I guess, in a sense, if I remember. I think Mally's is the closest one to, but so we're just expecting businesses and others to fill in the blanks from our plan, correct?
Yeah, that is the hope.
Okay. Any further questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Anderson.
Thanks for the presentation, Ms. Englund. The question I have is just regarding the fleet program. Just to clarify, we're looking at replacing vehicles as they're coming to end of life, and then only if the EV meets the needs and then is cost effective. What's that mean? Is it like, are we going with, if there's a gas one that's cheaper, is that the one we go with, or is that?
It's not just the purchase price of the vehicle, but it'll also be the life expectancy of the operations and maintenance.
So you're doing an operation cost analysis on the whole life of
is
the
correct.
vehicle and all of that. But the goal would be to actually reduce our costs through this, not increase them to go electric. Good.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? And I guess I'll just chime in. I'm definitely in support of the EV plan. Obviously, I love the work that's been done in this space. I drive an EV as well, so I'll try to be at the meeting on the 8th, so to provide at least my perspective in terms of, some of the questions that people may have, because it's actually worked out a lot easier than I thought it would. So, and I'm still charging on a 110 electrical outlet, which is pretty slow. It takes, I get about, 5 miles per hour in terms of a charge on that, but basically every single night or every morning I wake up with a full battery. So, as long as I don't drive too much. So, so anyone in the with an opposite point of view, or we all get to just see this come forward on, I believe, was it the 17th?
Yes.
Perfect. Let's
I
see,
will say the
no,
April 8th event is also a drive along. So if you have anyone who wants a free ride in an EV, that would be a good time too.
well, there you go. Perfect. Well, I don't see any further comments or questions, Ms. Englund. Thank you very much for the presentation tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the next item, which is Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd. And do we have Arapahoe County Emergency Management Coordinator Eric White? I believe so. He's here to discuss the annual report of the City of Englewood's contracted emergency management coordinator.
Yes, this is Eric White. Can you guys see the screen? Am I sharing it correctly?
Not yet, but give us a second. You're also coming in a little muffled, so.
We have your PowerPoint, so I can just go through the slides as you talk. It's already pulled up in here.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're coming in clear, Eric. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, good evening, everyone. My name is Eric White. I work for the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Department Office of Emergency Management, where I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator there, and also assigned as the liaison for the City of Englewood, where we contract services to basically build the emergency management program for the City of Englewood. So I'm here tonight to provide an annual report for basically not just what we've done since I've been in this position, but what I'm going to do tonight is perhaps take a little bit of a different approach than maybe last year's presentation for those that were here. I've only been in this position now for about 8.5 months, so I'm going to provide what I've been doing, but also more importantly, some of the things that have been done the last few years, kind of building up to this year and providing a little bit of a historical background. So those who may be new in various positions in the city will have an idea of some of the things that happened in the past. And then also talking about some things that we've been doing recently and that we'll be doing the rest of the year to give an overview of the program and then provide an opportunity for people to ask any questions. So thank you for allowing me to be here. So the first thing I want to start off with is, this is kind of interesting, Tim, with you hitting the slides, but thank you. What is emergency management? It's kind of a topic that's very complex and very broad. And so this This is the definition. Emergency management is a managerial function charged with creating the framework within which communities reduce vulnerability to hazards and cope with disasters. And so really my job is to build the training and build programs, build plans to really help the city prepare to mitigate disasters from happening. That would be ideal. But if they did happen, to make sure that we have a competent and effective response as a city moving forward. Next slide, please. Thank you. So some things that have happened in the past, and like I said, I've been in this position for now almost 9 months, but I'm very familiar with some things that have happened in the past. For example, in 2017, there was a cyber security attack on the city. Those are tending to be a little more frequent, seems like, throughout the country. And then in 2018, there was also a pretty significant flood event in the city. And so I think those events helped prompt what happened in 2019 when the contract was created between the City of Englewood and Arapahoe County. And that's pretty much what started my position. I'm the third person since 2019 in this position. So I have picked up where my predecessors left off and really trying to build on things that they did before me. One of the advantages that the City of Englewood gets with Arapahoe County Office of Emergency Management is my team has a total of 7 people on the team. We have a director, we have a deputy director, and then there's 5 people like me. I can tell you, I come with a significant law enforcement background, and the rest of my team is very different in their background, from fire to mass care, sheltering, really the plethora. So we're a pretty diverse team when it comes to experience. And so if something were to occur in the city, obviously we have my entire team that is capable and willing and ready to help in any way if necessary and needed. Next slide, please. So as I said, in September 2019, the City of Englewood entered the contract between Arapahoe County and the City of Englewood. And so that's pretty much what started our relationship working together in emergency management. And then next slide, please, Tim. And, you know, ever since 2019, we've been pretty busy. 2020 was kind of a wash, I think, for everybody. I think that's pretty understandable. But in 2021, we started making some pretty significant improvements. There was an emergency operation plan that was written and completed that year. And that's a pretty significant document, as that really provides a lot of direction for the city staff to respond to any type of hazards that may occur. It really breaks down, it's a pretty comprehensive document, but it really breaks down all kinds of different systems and processes that are established for the city. The hard part, obviously, once that plan is created, is really developing the training for the city staff to adapt and be prepared to implement that plan if necessary. And really, that's where most of my work is at, getting started with the city. Also, in August of that year, there was a E. coli water boil incident that was pretty impactful to the city, lasted several days. And I think that was probably the first opportunity where we had, since we had my position in place, where we opened up an incident and started working together through the community from what I've read. And then, as I said, in 2022, that's when I took over or started this position in July. And one of the first things that we did is implemented a training plan throughout the city, a comprehensive training plan. Based on different positions in the city, there are requirements for the staff to complete certain levels of introductory emergency management classes. Line level employees are required to complete 2 classes. Each of them are a little bit less than an hour. They can be completed online at the employee's pace. And then anyone who has a supervisor, manager, director title or above is required to take an additional 2 classes. And so that's almost 4 hours of emergency management training. It is pretty introductory and it is pretty basic, but it's also a very good introduction for all the staff. And we have a pretty good compliance in the city. We have over 80% the staff have completed that training, and that's taken into consideration with some turnover, promotions, and so forth. So that's a very good training opportunity for city staff. We also have created an emergency operations center, also known as the EOC. And this is basically a designated location that is at the police department. It's also a very large training room. It's got, if you haven't seen it, it's got all the state-of-the-art equipment necessary to run Emergency Operations Center. And if you don't know what an EOC is, really that's the hub of coordinating all the information and all the activities to support what's happening out in the real world, out in the field. So whatever it is, getting resources, getting staff, getting equipment, finding money to purchase any resources that may be needed, all those things are coordinated out of the Emergency Operations Center. And again, that's where I spend a lot of my time training staff to fulfill a lot of different positions in that center, so that if we did need to stand up that EOC, we're perfectly capable and competent and ready to take on that task. We've also, some things that I've done the last year is created some other training opportunities for staff. This field is very complex, it's very dynamic, and everybody else in the city has their full-time position. And so one thing that the City of Englewood does that is resilient is asking staff to take on some additional roles outside of their normal job assignment within the Emergency Operations Center if needed. So I've coordinated open house trainings where staff have the opportunity to just pop in once a month. It doesn't need to be scheduled, and I provide certain types of training for them each month. Each month it does change depending on what I think is appropriate. And these are designed to be just really quick, short training so that so they're convenient for staff to just pop in and then resume their normal workday as necessary. And then I also spend a lot of time coordinating small team trainings. So the Emergency Operations Center is broken down into a lot of different sections. And so I kind of take small areas within each section and provide training. And that's always ongoing throughout the month. We had a pretty significant event in December, as most of you know, where we did activate a warming center for approximately 48 hours. That was a pretty good opportunity for us as a city to work together. A lot of people really stepped up and pulled that activation together in literally just a few hours notice and did a good job. But it was also a good opportunity for us to work together and build some of our skills. So it was a good success. And then some other things that I do throughout the year is I normally do 2 tabletop training exercises for the staff. And these are exercises that I think last year we did another flood, and then we did a winter storm operation. And so we designed something where we get something out of it, we get everybody into the Emergency Operations Center in their various roles, and then we kind of have open discussions on what you would do if this happened and that happened. And so those are opportunities where we really get a chance to build our skills and then provide a lot of feedback on what we did well and what we also need to work on. And then I use those exercises to build on the next one, which we'll get into in one of the next upcoming slides. We also, the communications department did a really good job last year putting a crisis communication manual together. It's a pretty comprehensive document that shows different responses to all kinds of different incidents. It's written down, and it's a really good roadmap for the communication department to figure out how and when they would deliver what kind of messages. So I'm really applaud them for doing a good job in putting that together. And then we also have two employees that have completed a very high level of emergency operation training to basically manage the Emergency Operations Center if we did activate it. And so those are pretty high level trainings that these 2 employees completed, and we're looking to send a couple more this year also, just so we have a little more depth if necessary in case we had a operation that would extend for several days. And then we use SharePoint as our kind of our document retention area, where we put a lot of these documents I've been speaking about that are available to city staff so they can look at and reference if needed, if they ever needed to look at things that they're supposed to do if we had activation. Thank you. And so with all that, I know I've shared a lot of information with you on what we have done in a short amount of time. I gave you the historical background, and then that last slide really showed what I did the last year. And then here's just the main 2 bullet points that I'm focusing on this here. Of course, we're going to continue ongoing training. We're going to look for other opportunities that we can continue to work on improving our emergency management response. But the 2 biggest projects, if you will, to really break it down that we're working on is the first one, that's a THIRA report, and that stands for Threats and Hazards Identification and Risk Assessment Report. And this is a pretty comprehensive report that a lot of cities have been doing throughout the country to find out where basically what the city is doing well if they had to respond to an emergency, and then also identifying gaps in areas where we need to improve. And so this report's going to do those 2 things, and we're picking some pretty significant events, focusing on the 3 biggest, what we think are the 3 biggest threats to the city, which are floods, severe weather, and a hazardous material release. We certainly don't want those things to happen, but if they did, we're using this report to identify areas we can improve on, and also make sure that we're as well prepared as possible if it were to happen. And then probably the best part of the year is we're going to have another training exercise in the fall, looking at September or October. This will be a much bigger exercise than we had last year. Obviously, I'm looking forward to it because I've had a lot of time to prepare staff. And so this is also a good chance for me to see where what kind of job I've done preparing the city. And so I'm looking forward to that. And I'm also looking forward to seeing how they respond based on all the training that they've been provided. And so we'll put a good training exercise together. They'll give us a good opportunity to see where we're at. So I'm looking forward to that. Next slide, please. And that is it. I know I shared a lot of information with you, but this is your opportunity to ask any questions that you have.
Mr. White, thank you very much for the overview. Any questions from council?
Welcome.
Anyone want to kick us off? I think you covered it all during your presentation, Mr. White. I don't see any questions. Obviously, you covered the big ones, the ones that we've been hearing about in the news recently, obviously with the train derailments in Ohio, and I believe, was it Michigan, somewhere else in the Midwest. But obviously, you're covering every aspect of it in terms of emergency response here in the city of Englewood, whether it's the E. coli that we kind of heard about a couple summers ago. You talked about the IT security as well. So I'm not sure if there's anything else that you want to add about that, just because it's been in the news recently. But do you want to touch on that, Mr. White?
Absolutely, sure. So yeah, there's been several train derailments lately. I don't want to really tell anybody what the exercise is going to be in September, October, but there's a pretty good chance it's going to simulate something regarding those topics I discussed, because I think those are our biggest threats, and those are also really good exercises that are going to really test our preparation in multiple dimensions within emergency management. So I'm looking forward to that part, and it should be good for the city. We always want to look at what's going on in the country and just kind of see what's happening in other places. And the cybersecurity is a pretty big concern. We've had that hit other cities nearby recently. It's happened here also in 2017, as I suggested. So that's definitely on the list too. So thank you all for the opportunity. If there's any more questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Actually, just one last plug, Mr. White. In terms of citizens being notified of any emergency situation, is there somewhere people should go on the web to kind of get to either sign up via or cell phone alerts if something were to happen? What's the best way for people to get notified?
Great question, and I'm glad you asked. We have the Arapahoe Alert website that I encourage everybody in Arapahoe County, whether you're in the City of Englewood or you live there or you work there or you're anywhere in Arapahoe County. The Arapahoe Alert is an excellent opportunity for everyone to sign up for. It's free, and you'll get all the notifications happening in the areas that you're that you check into the process. It literally just takes minutes to sign up. You can get text messages, you can get email, you can get phone calls. I did a presentation at the police department a couple weeks ago, and on this very similar presentation, and I can't tell you how many questions I got from the audience about a RAP alert. Several of them didn't know about it. When you walk in the police department, there's a huge banner in there that tells everyone how to sign up, and I just can't tell you, that's one of the best concepts that we have, and it's free of charge. So I really recommend everyone signing up for that. That's the best way to get accurate information.
Sounds great, Mr. White. Thank you very much for that. And I see one question from Member Russell. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. So, do you have a plan to notify? There are a lot of citizens in Englewood that probably do not have smartphones, do not have computers. How will those people be notified?
The RAP alert website feature, if you sign up for that and you put your address in and you have a landline phone, it will also, which is I think a lot of the population that you're talking about, they may not use cellular phones as much as most of us, and so it'll give them an opportunity to get the landline ringing if we want to reach that audience. The other thing that we would do also with the city, depending on the emergency and the area that's affected, there's other options that we could do, such as door-to-door announcements and things like that, notifications. We can put pamphlets together really quickly and leave them on doors, so when people come home, they know what's going on. There's other things that we would do to make sure that we could extend notifications into other populations that might be more challenging to reach.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the presentation. And so depending on the emergency, you would make certain that if people needed to be notified or evacuated, they would be, correct?
Correct. And we have, like I said, we have the crisis communication plan that the community communications team put together. And there are several outlines in there on how they would reach other populations in that plan.
Okay, I appreciate that. Just one other question. So if there were a massive cyber attack and you couldn't reach people by cell phone or computers, or then what?
That's a good question. There's also other federal systems that we can use, public service announcements where it can be done. It is done in those types of situations that would do AM radio broadcasts, television broadcasts, things like that could take over through the iPod system. So that would be an extreme situation if absolutely necessary, but that is another option that would take unconventional methods of reaching the public.
Thank you very much for that. And this has really come a long way since we first contracted with Arapahoe County. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Deputy Director, was there anything or Deputy?
I was going to share a really quick example to Member Russell's question. About a year and a half ago, I believe it was a water main break. There was an incident where water flooded a neighborhood, and Eric's predecessor and the police chief went door to door and knocked on doors, got phone numbers for individuals, left information. So I think that's an example of what we have done and what he was talking about of how we would handle it in those cases.
Thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Woodward.
Yeah, I just want to mention that I remember back in the 80s when, I believe it was the 80s, and we had the fire and it burnt all these used shingles, and then the water putting it out all drained right into the Platte, right by the intake for our water system. And so the next morning, the water was really, really bad. I mean, it was obviously polluted. And the police at that time were driving up and down the streets with their mics on their cars, telling people not to drink the water or the water was safe or whatever. So that was another way they were able to do that. Thank you.
Perfect.
Anything else from members of council? Seeing none, Mr. White, thank you very much for the presentation tonight, and yeah, thank you very much for the support and the partnership over the past few years.
Thank you all for the opportunity. Thank you.
All right, everyone, we are about 20 minutes early, so we'll go ahead and just recess until 7 o'clock, and then we'll pick up the rest of the meeting at that point. All right, see everyone at 7 o'clock. right, good evening, everyone. I think we are now back. And I just want to make sure, is member Wink online still? There we go, perfect. All right, I think we have everyone here. I now call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could take a roll call.
Yes, good evening. Member Anderson,
Present?
Member Noonenkamp,
Present.
Member Russell,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Present.
Member Wink. Member Woodward,
Present.
Mayor Sierra,
Present.
all 7 present.
Thank you. Moving on to Agenda 5, minutes of the regular City Council meeting for March 20th. Are there any corrections? Go ahead, Member Woodward.
I have one correction on it's on page 10. The very first item there has the ordinance. It shows 4 for 6 and 1 against of 1. That should be 5 and 1. Member Wink wasn't present that night. And that's what it shows in the rest of them.
Thank you. We can make that correction, City Clerk? Perfect. And any other corrections? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve with the correction that Member Woodward stated?
I'll move the
Thank you.
minutes of March 20.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a
Second.
second? Thank you, Member Russell. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Did we lose her?
Yes, sorry.
There we go.
okay. Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Perfect. Moving on to agenda item 6A, it's the Arbor Day Proclamation. I'll go ahead and just read the proclamation before getting to the next agenda item. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. Whereas this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. Whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the United States and the world. Whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. Whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. Whereas trees in the city of Englewood increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. Whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Whereas the city of Englewood, Colorado has been recognized for 36 consecutive years as a Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation and desires to continue its tree planting ways. Whereas the state of Colorado will celebrate Arbor Day on Friday, April 28, 2023. Now therefore be it proclaimed that I, Nathaniel Sierra, Mayor of the city of Englewood, Colorado, hereby proclaim Friday, April 28, 2023 as Arbor Day in the city of Englewood, Colorado, and I urge all Englewood citizens to support our city's efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. Further, I urge all Englewood citizens to plant trees to gladden the hearts and promote the well-being of present and future generations. Perfect. And moving on, I'm sorry.
Adrian is here to accept the proclamation. Yes.
Adrian, if you have a few words that you'd like to state.
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just wanted to give you a quick update on some of the things we have going for Arbor Day. Our Arbor Day tree sale is currently open. It's online. We have 9 different varieties. As of this afternoon, we still have 29 trees available. We have 2 different prices. We have number 7s, which are usually 5 to 7 feet for $35, and we have number 15s that are typically 8 to 10 feet for $50. Trees will be delivered to the resident's home on Friday, April 14th. Also wanted to invite you guys to our celebration, our Arbor Day celebration. We'll be planting a tree at Charles Hay Elementary School on Wednesday, April 26th at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Torres. Do we have that posted anywhere on our website or social media regarding the trees, tree sale?
Yes, should be
Okay.
on both.
All right, perfect. Anything further for our members of council? Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I just want to say thank you for the city for doing the tree, the tree sale. We've been a participant in it for many years, and we get on there every year and look at the tree options. This year, we discovered that our yard is now so full of trees, we have nowhere to put one where it'll actually get enough sun to grow. So hopefully there will be plenty of other citizens to get their hands on those trees, but it's been such a blessing to our family and our block and neighborhood. So good work, keep it up, thank you.
We now know the reason why there's trees available, so. All right, perfect. So with no further comments, thank you very much, Mr. Torres. Moving on to agenda item 7, this is recognition of scheduled public comment. The deadline to sign up to speak for scheduled public comment is Wednesday by 5 p.m. prior to the meeting through the city clerk's office. This is an opportunity for the public to address city council. There's an expectation that the presentation will be conducted in a respectful manner. Council may ask questions for clarification, but there will not be any dialogue in the moment. And please limit your presentation to 5 minutes. I also want to add a couple notes that I've addressed recently. So just please address all of council. We do make decisions as a body and not individually. And please hold any applause or any negative reaction. Definitely want to allow all voices to be heard during public comment. And any repeated disruptions could result in you being escorted out of this meeting. So with that, I will allow for the first speaker to come up. This is C. Dickerson here to address council. Good evening, Ms. Dickerson. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
C. Dickerson, I'm Bates Logan. Recently, I've heard we're supposed to remember that you're human beings and need to be coddled and praised and your egos and feelings massaged, or you're not going to listen to us or do the right thing. But you don't listen to us now, unless we repeat back to you your words, whether factual, rational, logical, or not. A case in point, the mayor's response to public comment in the last regular council meeting was disappointingly revealing. The mayor delivered unquestioning praise to those he thought were agreeing with him on rezoning and ADUs, no matter how unfactual, erroneous, and then attacked me for things I never said. His anger and criticism of my comments were so obviously outrageously erroneous that the mayor pro tem had to correct him in part. The mayor's gaffe would have been hilarious because I was quoting the mayor's written words. If it hadn't been so tragically revealing of the attitude of at least 4 of you, that council is not listening and will not accept anything but unquestioning approval of their quasi-religious, unconstitutional ideology. Don't we have a right and an obligation to petition you for a redress of our grievances? Do we not have freedom of speech? Do we not have an obligation to demand you do your job according to your oath of office, according to the Constitution? Do we not get to object when you thoughtlessly pick a solution that does not address even a mythical problem? Rights can't be balanced. You have to protect all of our rights. You cannot restrict or diminish rights of one group of people in order to provide benefits and entitlements to any other group, mythical or actual citizens. Your job is to protect rights. It is your only job. Respect and civility need to come from you. You owe it to us. We are your employers. Our obligation is to let you know when we disapprove of what you're doing. You are obligated to listen and hear us and show us respect, not accuse us falsely, nor should you threaten us. If you can't stand the heat, you shouldn't be sitting in your seats. You don't get to pass judgment on us or insult us or praise your acolytes for insulting us, calling us elitists. You don't even police yourselves. Violations of council policy go on all the times, sometimes bullying of citizens and lying to and about us from the dais, not to mention a council member leaving the dais to support a staff member in uniform, off duty, who was speaking for the city on a matter that had nothing whatsoever to do with Englewood. That's a clear violation of council policy, and in my informed opinion, a violation of Article 32. Why have you not held that council member responsible for clear violations of council policy? And in the last study session, one council member berated another for asking, can we at least get an opposing viewpoint? The anger revealed a clear and unequivocal bias to unconstitutional policy being inflicted on Englewood citizens and not allowing any difference of opinion. The most and only constructive thing we can do is hold you to your oath of office, remind you what that means, because you clearly don't know. We need to object vociferously when you refuse to listen and hear truth and fact. Everything you said about R1 rezoning and ADUs is contradictory, unfactual, and cannot serve any good purpose other than ensuring developer profits, unaffordability, and destruction of our neighborhoods and our community. In conclusion, you are not superior. You are not the boss. You're not ruling us. This rezoning and ADU effort are egregiously unconstitutional. I will give you no false praise, no fawning approval. I will definitely not be giving you any participation trophies either. It takes a great deal of knowledge to understand the extent of your ignorance. You might keep that in mind.
Thank you, Ms. Dickerson, for your comments. Any questions from council?
Figures.
Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Dickerson. Up next is Mr. Doug Cohen, here to address council regarding history. Good evening, Mr. Cohen. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
Good evening. My name is Doug Cohn. I live in the 3000 block of South Marion Street. I watched the presentation at the last study session about the single stair multi-level apartment house, one staircase and one elevator in a tall building. When folks walked into this building tonight from the ground floor, there's two staircases, one from the Circle Drive and one from the underground parking lot. These are required in all commercial and industrial buildings for safety. Where did that requirement come from? 95 years ago this month, the Alexander Airplane Company had the most deadly fire in Englewood history. The building had been a giant dance hall in our amusement park, the Tuileries. That's a picture of the dance hall. 1,000 couples could dance on the floor, and they had a track around the outside for bicycle races and for the kids to play. When the amusement hall was closed, the building was taken over by the National Film Company, and then a few years later by the Alexander Company. To find out more about that story, you can go to YouTube, Englewood Moments in History. There's a great story about the Alexander Company. The building had two floors, a main floor and an upstairs. There was one staircase to go up to the second floor. The airplane parts, they were building airplanes at that point, the airplane parts were assembled on the first floor in 3 interconnected rooms in the main hallway at the foot of the stairs. In one room, they assembled the wooden parts. This is when it became that, sorry, I forgot to flip my picture. The 3 interconnected rooms in the main hallway. In one room, they assembled the wooden parts. The second room, they put the fabric covering on the wood. In the third, they painted the fabric with a type of paint called airplane dope. It was flammable. The dope room was the closest to the stairs. The rooms were connected by single doors between them. The fire started in the dope room. and quickly spread, trapping all the workers in the 2 rooms. The fire reached the staircase, and everybody upstairs was trapped. The fire took quite a while to put out, and 8 people died, and dozens were injured. As a result of the fire, the new building codes were adopted, requiring that if any building with 2 or more floors, there must be 2 stairways at opposite ends of each floor. And if there are connected rooms, there must be at least 2 ways out of each room. Our forefathers created a code to keep us safe in multi-story buildings. I urge you guys to keep these rules. Last Saturday, over at the Simon Senior Center, for 8 hours, both elevators stopped working. And a friend of mine who lives on the 7th floor had a medical emergency and had called the fire department. They had to drag the gear up 7 flights of stairs to get to her level. She's okay, but that was a real challenge for our fire guys. They did a fabulous job. One last thing. After the Alexander Company left and went to Colorado Springs, the City of Englewood took over the building, and it became City Hall for 30 years. And if you look up on the roof, you see that creature up there. If you go outside the door across the lobby to the staircase going down to the Circle Drive and look up, that griffin bird is still there. Thank you.
Mr. Cohn, thank you very much for the discussion. Any questions from council? Seeing none, Mr. Cohn, thank you very much.
I can just pull this out, right? Okay.
Up next
If I do
is
that, my computer doesn't like it.
up next is Jim Spiegel, here in Englewood resident, to address council. Good evening, Mr. Spiegel. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Okay, Jim Spiegel, Quincy and Lipan. I've lived at that residence for 47 years, and I'm 3rd generation Englewood resident. I didn't know until Thursday exactly what quasi-judicial matter was, so my concerns are for the record for the Emery project. In the UDC section 16, it says, all PUD rezoning shall meet the following criterion. The resulting rezoned property will not have a significant negative impact on those properties surrounding the rezoned area, and the general public health, safety, and welfare of the community will be protected. Using Emery's website and Google Maps, we could not find any other projects that Emery has done that's put high-density housing so close to residential single-family housing. We feel that council should have the developer put up a 8-foot Trek-style fence between the project and residential instead of the 7-foot fence in the plan. It would give us privacy, security, safety, and help provide a sound barrier for the cars, the swimming pool, and the dog park. Also, it would provide some protection from carbon monoxide and possibly trash issues. We know there's going to be significant negative impact short-term during the construction, but this fence might help with the long-term. We also know that there will be significant impact long-term on traffic parking, as you've seen in some of the videos. But when there's long-term significant impact on property values and the ability to have general public health, safety, and welfare, we feel this is going against the criterion that's in your PUD without further research. We hope that the council and the developer take into consideration and make a provision for the 17 residents that border this project and do a long-term impact fence that will help our property values.
Thank you, Mr. Spiegel. Anything else? You still have a few minutes.
That's awful short, wasn't it?
Just wanted to verify. Any questions from members of council? I don't see any. And actually, Mr. Spiegel, I'm not sure if I got this correctly. Did you state your address? I kind of got it from the, your address or your cross streets when you.
Okay, I'm at Quincy and Lipan.
Okay, perfect. That works.
Yeah, and my property borders about 200 feet of this project.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much for that. Seeing no further comments or any questions, thank you very much for your discussion tonight or your comments tonight. Up next is Mr. Gary Kozacek, here to address council regarding police, fire, tool systems, access to apartments. Mr. Kozacek, good evening.
Gary Kozacek, 1260 West Oxford Avenue, Englewood, Colorado. I've been there forever. I want to take a moment of silence for the kids and the people that have been killed in the school systems in the past. And then I will address the City Council and all present. In Aurora Public Schools, where I'm coaching now, I have an electronic badge, but that only goes to certain doors. That allows me in, and they register who's in and out of that school. But in every school, there's more than a few access doors. In Aurora Public Schools, every police officer has a master key, and each one has been given a designated entry point in case of a shooting or some kind of an emergency. City managers here, I'm expressing to them, my understanding is, yeah, some of the officers have this, and magnetic code to get them in some doors, but where's the rest of it? And they don't even have it to the elementary schools, is my understanding. That it doesn't only mean the high school, it doesn't mean the middle schools, it means every school. That they need to be able to have fast access to be able to get in and secure a location and save lives. Now, we don't stop just at the school systems. There's an incident here very recently where there was a domestic violence inside of one of the apartment parking lots. But we have these big steel gates up there. The police department and the paramedics could not get entry. They got to call and they got to call and they got to check. They can't even get in the front doors. Now, I would think with all this new development, with all these new apartment houses, and you're rewriting the code, that you would make it mandatory that fire and rescue have something, whether it be an automatic gate that's wired into their cars that would turn around an automatic pass that would open those gates so they gain access quicker. Back in my day, we didn't have the street cleaning in the snowstorm, but we turned around and put it in because we had people die because of that heavy 42-inch snow, and the paramedics couldn't get halfway down the block because the snow was too deep. So we changed some rules. Okay, this is something that goes all the way from you guys that are overseeing them, but it ultimately boils down to your police and fire having access. Well, it also goes with traffic. All right? I've been in front of you a couple times talking about infrastructure and traffic. And I understand that the last meeting I was to, when I went out in the lobby, that there was some comments made. That's your problem. My problem is we've got to stop and listen. I'll go back to the school situation. This last shooting, some people heard some things. Oh, well, that doesn't mean anything. And what happened? They might have been able to avoid that shooter getting in. Our police department does a great job compared to Denver. You call in 911 and they take your call right now. But we only have 10 officers on the street at a given time. You have a car accident here on Hamden, you got 4 to 5 of those officers at that scene. Where's the rest of them? We have a problem. The more you build, the more officers you need to put on the street. Yeah, we have Denver Fire Department because why? We didn't take care of our own business with our own fire department because we kept cutting and cutting and cutting, and even people wanting to go into a volunteer fire department. Okay, well, Denver wants to come in and take over. Why? Because you got so much water rights, they can care less about how you live, but they want to come in and take over the City of Englewood, annex it, and take over your water. Another food for thought. Where is this city council really at? I'm going to close. I'm getting to the end of it. The police department, I would like to have consider, and you guys consider it also, that you have another number that if, oh my God, my friend just put online that he's going to go shoot up the school. Or my brother said he's going to go kill himself. We have to have a line that person, because we have victims assistance in this town. In the city of Denver, you call 911 now, you might get a real person, but most of the time you're gonna get a recording, and then you might get a phone call back. I reported a serious car wreck.
Mr. Kozacek, your 5 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Mr. Kozacek, thank you very much for your comments tonight. Member Russell has a question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So are you suggesting that the police do not currently have access to the elementary schools in Englewood?
My understanding, and here again, I'm not in a position to go question a whole lot of people, just like you guys are not in a position to tell an officer how to do his job. You go to that man over there, and that man's the one that directs all employees of the city. My understanding is they all have a badge, a mechanical badge, to get them in parts of the high school. And they thought they could get into the middle school in the main entrance. But the elementary schools, because they're new, there would be way too many keys. They don't want an officer sitting there carrying a key for each and every school.
So,
Okay,
go ahead, Member Russell.
thank you for that answer.
And Mayor, I do
Good.
have an answer for that question.
Sounds good. Anything else from you, Member Russell, before I
No.
get to?
No.
Member Noonekamp, and then, actually, go ahead, City Manager.
Thank you. I have verified with the Chief of Police and Deputy Chief of Police that we do have keys to every school in Englewood. Englewood schools actually have boxes that contain maps and keys, and so we have full access to all schools in Englewood.
And that's the police chief that has the master key only. The chief, whoever is
Incorrect.
the one on the street.
The keys are actually located at the schools at an undisclosed location that the police department, all officers are trained where those keys are located.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
That's great knowledge. Now let's just listen for the
Mr.
people
Kozacek,
crying
thank
out.
Let me get to the question for Member Noonekamp. Go ahead, Member Noonekamp.
Mr. Kozacek, thank you for being here and for your comments. Are you familiar with the statewide Safe to Tell hotline where anyone in the state
Yes,
can
I am. I'm
share?
definitely. I've got it on my phone.
Is there a reason why you think that hotline, which notifies law enforcement if anyone has a concern about potential violence in the school, would be insufficient?
Because of the number of calls that they get all the time, and that's located in Denver. And as I just said about the other example of calling in an emergency on a car wreck, that I didn't even get the call back for 20 minutes, okay? So what I'm saying is, locally, here's Englewood, the police officers are right here. Denver, they could bring other fire trucks in and stuff as they need it, okay? And we have communication and shared responsibility with our neighbor police departments and stuff. But the sooner you can get to a situation, a whole lot better chances of people surviving.
And do you have any evidence that the state, it's not a Denver, it's a statewide hotline, is unable to meet the needs and connect with Englewood Police Department if someone wants to
We've had
report something?
conversations in our school. At Hinckley High School, I've been coaching there for 1 year, and just strictly during the football season. We've had to leave the field 5 times because of shootings on the neighborhood, and we've had lockdowns once a week because a kid comes into the school with a gun or a knife, or there's a threat out in the parking lot. Now, they have police officers armed and all on campus, and they're still having a problem. I haven't gone into our schools to see if we have an armed officer in the school, but if we only have 10 officers on the street at a time, or give or take whatever it may be now, do we have the force to go inside? I know we're shorthanded right now on the police force, and it's like a revolving door. Every time I get another call,
I think that you've answered my
I see
question.
new
Thank you
ones.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kozak. Any
Mayor?
further questions?
I think Councilmember Wink had something, perhaps.
Go ahead, Member Wink. I don't see your hand up, but go ahead.
Not anymore, but thank you, City Clerk.
Thank you, Member Wink. Mr. Kozak, thank you very much for your comments tonight.
And thank you. God bless, and let's hope everybody stays safe. Thank you.
Thank you. And that completes scheduled public comment. I'll now move on to unscheduled public comments. Same rules apply, but you're limited to 3 minutes, and we have 6 speakers here tonight. Mr. Olmsted, you're here to speak about SB 23-213. And actually, I should have made a comment. Member Russell is going to be giving a response to public comment tonight. Mr. Olmsted, if you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of City Council and staff. My name is Ken Olmsted. I reside at 4484 South Cherokee. That's between Stanford and Radcliffe. This is my first time speaking before this council. It's not April Fool's. I'm speaking only on my behalf and not on any other persons or entities. The subject is SB 23-213, land use. This is a state Senate bill introduced last week and over 100 pages long of what most people would consider pretty boring. I hope you have an opportunity to read the bill and an article in the Denver Post Sunday, April 2nd, Section D1 perspective. Subject is affordable housing. The title is A Legislation That Could Wreck Your Neighborhood by Krista Coffer. Littleton Mayor Kyle Schlachter is quoted by the Post writer as being against this bill. Now, a quote, per a member of the Centennial City Council, 104,000 plus properties have been already approved in Arapahoe County. That hasn't been built. Streets of South Glen approved properties in 2020 and nothing has been built. Centennial approved housing units near Fiddler's Green in 2010. Still, nothing has been built. Housing for everyone is important, and I understand that home ownership is important. Condo units need to be addressed. This bill will take work-class neighborhoods and allow multiplexes. Englewood is seeing homes being sold at $500,000 being scraped and $1 million per side duplexes built in their place. This is reducing affordability. That's end quote. Senate Bill 23-213 would take land use and zoning decisions out of the hands of local municipalities, elected leaders, professional planners, and people of Colorado who's dramatically expanding state authority with top-down zoning and land use standards is firmly placed in those decisions into the hands of developer interest and unelected third parties. This bill does not recognize that local governments are best suited to address the needs of their communities, and it flies in the face of local government efforts to solve affordable housing crisis. Please join me and others in opposing this bill. Another quote, the important thing is not to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existence. That's Einstein.
Mr. Olmsted, thank you very much for your comments tonight. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, Mr. Olmsted, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next is Mr. Reed here to discuss public comment. Good evening, Mr. Reed. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
Absolutely. Daniel Reed, 4200 South Lapan. Good evening. I've purposely not prepared any notes because I really don't have much more to say. I've been coming here for almost a year. And it's kind of come to the point where, you know, I feel like I've shared my views on the topic. I've shared them privately with many of you. I've received responses from some of you. And what I've ultimately come to the conclusion is that this body really isn't ready to ingest community voice the way that I thought it would. And I think there's just a realization that, you know, when I talk to my neighbors, when I talk to other members of the Englewood community, I do hear a sense of skepticism bordering on cynicism that council doesn't listen. And I really don't want to speak about the PUD, you know, that's why I come here, but I don't want to speak about that today. Because what I've always seen the PUD and where I brought hundreds of neighbors to the table is saying, and what I wanted to do with that is say, I want to be a broker between what I hear on the streets and what I hear happening here. And I just want to express it like forthrightly. I'm a little disappointed that, you know, I brought hundreds of voices to the table, voices who don't typically come to this room because they can't or they won't or they don't want to. Whatever it is, their reason. I brought those voices to the table, and I'm just curious, like, that never got brought up in the conversation. It never got brought up with planning and zoning, never got brought up here. And I feel like if 100 people came here and expressed their opinion, that you would listen to them, but you didn't. And I just really want to express just a sense of disappointment, because I thought that I and many of my neighbors were bringing a trust building opportunity to you. Now, I understand that the city has bigger priorities. I do. I'm actually not disappointed by what the developer is bringing to the table, nor their spokesperson, nor the planning and zoning committee, nor the planning development, community development department. What I'm trying to get at with this is that we had an opportunity to broker a fair deal that brought in density, that brought in new units, that solved some of the traffic issues, that solved some of our housing crisis issues. But I just never saw this group, both elected and bureaucratic, kind of bring a fair deal to the table. And I'm just telling you, the only thing that I hear people talk about, this is the only thing I hear people talking about, is development in our community. It's the only thing I hear people talk about. It's no longer about Jason Park. It's no longer about traffic. It is about development. And I just want you to hear that many people are going to be turned off to engaging with this group, with the city, by this action that you're going to take later on, which is to vote. And I know you will, and you have to, and that's fine. I'm just telling you that this is a single voting issue right now, and it's very concerning to me, the way that I see you ingest public
Mr.
comment.
Reed,
That's it.
your 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for Mr. Reed? Seeing none, Mr. Reed, thank you very much for your time tonight. Up next is Kelly McCloskey with no topic given. Good evening, Ms. McCloskey. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
Kelly McCloskey, my cross streets are Eladia and Radcliffe. I just wanted to state that I had 4 homes go up for sale around me. All 4 of them sold within a year. And I was like, well, I want to get out to know my neighbors. We were concerned about diversity. I have a high school teacher that moved next to me. I have a young male couple that lives across the street from me. I have a young Hispanic couple that moved in next to the other couple. The other one is bought, but it's still an empty lot. But I'm just saying, there's diversity right there in my neighborhood. Now I'm going to go back to Oxford Station. I've kind of been hitting on this one. Mayor, you asked if the cars were parked illegally. Yes, there are several. They're parked illegally, several of them. So curiosity got to me, and I decided to go into Oxford Station to see if they provided parking for the people that live there. $5, first come, first served basis. $50 to $70 for underground parking, but you're on a waiting list. So they don't have parking for their residents there. So my question is, wasn't that brought up in city council? I'm not sure as far as these apartment complexes, what happened there, but weren't they supposed to provide parking for their residents? Now we have them out in the street, illegally parked. We have congestion over there. I would like to get a traffic study going over there. We have the light rail station there now, which we have it lined with parking. Could we maybe get a parking lot over there or something? Sam's Automotive, that's going to be more building over there. So what are we going to do about parking? I just want to know. I think it's a problem. And I don't know if we've had a traffic study done recently, but like I said, I always want to try to solve problems in Englewood. I love Englewood. I've been here for 25 years. And I just want to see what you guys are going to do to help us with the situations that we are bringing before City Council. And I appreciate you guys for what you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCloskey, for your comments tonight. Any questions from council? Seeing none, Ms. McCloskey, thank you for your time tonight. Up next is George Blackert, here to discuss public comment.
Hello, my name is George Blackert. I live at 4255 South Lipan, and yes, this is not my first time addressing you either. And like your previous speakers, I've been very disappointed by the city council that I feel that you don't listen to us when we tell you there's traffic, there's this, there's that, and we just keep getting ignored and you guys just go on about your merry way. So I will reiterate and second a lot of what Mr. Reed said about feeling disillusioned by you people. You've had numerous people in this council chamber tell you about the problems associated with the Sam's Club automotive situation, but you still are going to prove it. We get to suppose you're going to spend all this money on a pedestrian bridge that nobody wants or nobody will use. Same thing with this Embry, oh, we tried to accommodate the neighbors. They did one design, changed it, and it's been that design ever since over the last 2 years. There's been no accommodation for the people who live along this property in terms of the fencing. You want an idea what this 7-foot fence will look like? Drive down Bulls Boulevard. Same kind of wood cedar fence with brick columns. And that's just because it's got street damage from it. They don't repair it. Same thing with Shadow. With all the construction you're putting there, where that street is going to be one big ice ring unless you guys maintain it. And from what I've seen of your maintenance of streets during winter, not the greatest. Secondly, I just do not understand why we can't do more of a lesser density, like make the whole property townhomes. That would be a nice transition to the single family neighborhood, not to have some 400 unit monstrosity directly behind our homes with all these nice balconies looking down into our backyards. So yes, I do support this idea of an 8-foot more permanent barrier wall between the two properties. Another thing, all these nice improvements the developer's going to do for our streets there. How come the city council ain't doing this stuff and doing the improvements on our streets with crosswalks and raised crosswalks and all this stuff? And don't even get me started on what effect all this growth is going to have on the adjacent park. You, Mr. Cuesta, or Sierra, I know are an anti-dog person, would just love to fence everything in. So I'm really sorry that I oppose this because it's not going to help my neighborhood, it's not going to help my neighbors, and it's definitely not going to help the community that surrounds Jason Park. So I would strongly advise you to reconsider this before moving forward with this proposal. Traffic study would be nice. Waste for the construction of the property. So yeah, please reconsider it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blacker, for the comments tonight. Any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Blacker. Up next is Devin Wilson here to discuss housing. Good evening, Mr. Wilson. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Devin Wilson, Tufts in Huron. I just want to thank each of you for your service and the perspective that each of you bring. I know sometimes it can feel like maybe there's too much agreement or too much disagreement, but I genuinely have seen each of you bring things up that no one else did or would have. So just thank you for what each of you bring to the table. I wanted to share a couple observations from my wife and I purchased a home a year ago. And I just wanted to share a couple observations of our process of purchasing a home. So I got laid off at the end of 2020, and I had some overlapping time of severance with my new job, and that allowed us to save up some money for a down payment for a house. At the time we were renting a house near Jason Park, we actually walked to the light rail. I would like there to be a bridge there. To be fair, if it was nice weather, I'd probably use the crosswalk. If it were, if I caught the timing, I might use a bridge. We wanted to stay in Englewood though when we were looking for a house. We ended up looking on kind of all over Englewood and kind of around on the perimeter of Englewood, but we really wanted to stay in Englewood. And one thing that surprised me, and I don't know why this is, we were looking at houses kind of on either side of Bellevue, and what to us seemed like a very similar house in Englewood was about $15,000 to $30,000 more than the equivalent one in Littleton. That was opposite of what I assumed and expected. I don't know why that is, but just an interesting observation. We also would have been open to a townhouse or a duplex. I've lived in a townhouse before, but as we were looking around, there's very limited supply. I think everyone is aware of that. But what was available is the really expensive units that are 7, 8, 900, 1,000, and up, and that just was above what we were willing to do. Also, our realtor told us that it was a seller's market, and so you got to jump on houses fast, and I think that definitely contributes to the market dynamic of prices being high. So whenever people talk about market solutions, there's problems with market solutions as well. And then we ended up buying a corner lot, and just something to kind of mention that I've heard in the past, the current restriction that you have to get your main house up to code to build an ADU, that's something that would be a huge barrier. When I found out about that, I was like, we're probably not going to build an ADU. Something I have considered, though, is to offset the cost of building an ADU, I might offer someone an equity share to have them help fund it, and use that as a mechanism. So I don't know if there's like examples or design standards of something to mention that as an option. I think I'm encouraged by all the conversation, and
Mr. Wilson, thank you very much for your time tonight. Yep. Any questions for Mr. Wilson? Seeing none, thank you very much for your comments tonight. Up next is Matt Crabtree, here to discuss charter amendments. Good evening, Mr. Crabtree. If you could state your name and your address across streets.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Matthew Crabtree. I reside on the 2900 block of South Sherman, which is Sherman and Cornell. This evening I'm before you regarding kind of as a follow-up to the study session topics that were going on last week regarding modernization of the city charter. A number of those do raise a little bit of concern for me. However, one of them particular is a big concern, and that is Section 72 of the city charter. For the benefit of the audience, I will read a large portion of this. Section 72 of the city charter specifically states that lands granted to or purchased by the city for park purposes and so dedicated shall not be sold or conveyed without a majority vote of the electors voting thereon at any general or special election, subject to the limitations contained in Section 14 hereof. Nothing in the provision shall be so construed as to prevent the city from selling or conveying, so on and so forth. But the big part of that is the first part, and that is preventing the city from selling parkland designated as parks without a vote of the people. Now, ironically, we are standing on land where this particular ballot initiative was executed in 1963. When this was City Park, 23.5 acres, this was sold to the developers for Cinderella City. And for the city to be able to do that, they had to take it to a vote of the people. This was actually used. Now, there was another issue back in 2013, one that I was directly involved with. I helped write a ballot initiative in 2013. It was question number 300 on the November ballot of 2013. That specifically states, shall the Englewood Municipal Code of the City of Englewood, Colorado, be amended to include official designation of park property within the City of Englewood in order to protect the people of Englewood and their right to vote on the sale of park property by dedicating as a park any property identified on the 2006 Englewood Parks and Recreation Master Plan as a park, including, but not limited to, Baker, Bard, Bates Logan, Bellevue, Centennial, Clarkson, so on and so forth, all the parks are listed. These two go hand in hand. When this ballot initiative passed by 86.7%, we never thought that the ballot or the charter provision, Section 72, would ever even be considered to be removed, as that dates back to the very origin of our charter in 1958. So I highly recommend that that is not one that goes on the chopping block as currently being proposed. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crabtree. Any questions for Mr. Crabtree? Seeing none, Mr. Crabtree, thank you very much for your comments tonight.
Mayor, we do have one more person in person, and then we have somebody who's virtual after that.
Sounds good. Do you want to announce the person in
Marjan
person?
Freeman.
Good evening, Ms. Freeman. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
Good evening, all. Marjan Freeman and Tufts and Fox. And I, in my short limited amount of time that I had, I did some research and I made a note, but then I left it on the printer before I came. So I just was wondering that when I was researching this whole affordable housing, I noticed that one of the regulations is that these people are not allowed to sell these homes. So that means they're going to maintain the price that they're going to have. So then when I looked at the qualification for that criteria also, was that it showed that considering how much their income is coming from the median income of the area, was about $70,000, and then to the ratio of their income and their all total expenses to the ratio they can afford, none of the numbers make sense. Like you look at the numbers and they say they want to give you an affordable home, and then I went and looked at Denver, and I see these compact houses that they took out one house and then they put 2 or 4 in place of it, and then the price is 3 times higher. The question comes, how can anybody afford that? Yet alone people that they can't have an income, that it has such a restriction. And I really had it down in some numbers, and I wrote it in a way that it made sense, but I apologize. I just had a long day. And I left it, and I felt like we really need to look at these. Please. I know you guys are all doing your best, and I really appreciate it. I know you guys are all exhausted. We all are. I'm very thankful for taking the time to hear that. I'll do a better job bringing my paperwork and research next time. But I just don't see any affordability, you guys. I encourage you to go look at the codes and the regulations. And I just want to thank you. I'll do a better job next time, coming with some numbers for you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman, for coming tonight. Any questions for Ms. Freeman? Just a thought, Ms. Freeman, if you want to just wait until, if you would like to send your notes to all members of council prior to the next meeting, I'll be happy to look over your numbers. So
thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman.
I appreciate that.
No further questions from members of council. So thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
City Clerk, you stated you have one online?
Yes. Next up, we have Jan Brown. Are you there? Jan?
Do we see Ms. Brown online, or?
There we go.
I usually have a view of everyone, but today I only have.
Jan, are you there?
Jan, are you able to hear us? All right, should we just move on?
It looks like she put in the chat that she would mail it in.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. We'll look forward to your email. And with that, that concludes unscheduled public comment. Member Russell will be giving a response. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. And I want to thank each and every one of you for taking of your time to come out and speak with us this evening. I greatly appreciate your time. I greatly appreciate the reminders. And Ms. Dickerson, I thank you for the reminder of what our job truly is. And I think it's a good reminder for us to listen. As a matter of fact, every one of us are sitting on this dais because of you, because you put your trust in us, you voted for us, and I know that you want us to follow the law. I greatly appreciate that. Mr. Cohn, I always love the history lessons. And it was really kind of interesting when we went home last week. My husband said the same thing. He pulled up that article and gave it to me about where the law came from regarding double stairways. And I think it would be wise for us to make sure that we consider that. And it is a very sobering reminder that people died because there was not a method of escape. And I'm going to bring up a council request for something you shared, but I'll do that at the end. Mr. Spiegel, I greatly appreciate you coming out to share with us, and I'm not sure that we can consider an 8-foot fence, and there were more of you here this evening that talked about that, but I will see if we can bring that up. Mr. Kozacek, I greatly appreciate you sharing the information about the schools, and it is important for the council to make sure that all of the residents, whether schools, whether people in apartment houses or whatever, are taken care of in the city. Thank you for that. Mr. Olmsted, thank you for sharing the article in the paper. I greatly appreciate that. I think more articles are coming out now that it's been a while. Mr. Reed, I totally understand your disappointment, and I know that disappointment has been in this council chambers over the last few months, and I totally get it. Ms. McCloskey, thank you for sharing also about your neighbors. I know that those 4 houses on your block sold as a result of a sad incident that occurred a while back. But there are houses in Englewood that do come available. That is a great reminder also about the illegal parking. Mr. Blackert, I agree with you too about sharing about the being right on behind that property and the fence. Mr. Wilson, welcome to being a property owner in Englewood. Congratulations, because there's a lot of people that would like to be here too. So thank you. Mr. Crabtree, thank you so much for sharing the history of those charter items regarding land use and city park selling. And Marjan, I thank you for the information about affordable housing. And I just really appreciate every one of you. I do listen to you, and thank you so much for taking your time to come out. Actually, I do have a council request. I was going to bring this up anyway at the end of the meeting, and that's about the incident that occurred at the Simon Center. Apparently, one of the elevators at the Simon Center has been out for 2 months, and on Saturday, the other elevator went out. There are a lot of elderly disabled people in that building. I would like a report. Actually, Mr. Cohn did share part of the reason that the fire department was called out. I greatly appreciate the fire department, but I also want to make sure that we are taking care of the safety of the individuals in our apartments, especially that are older and disabled. So if we could get more information on that to make sure that that second elevator is fixed so that when one elevator goes out, it's not a problem. And there may have been another council request I have here. I'll try to pick that up before the end of the meeting. But, I do have one other question, and this is for the city attorney. The PUD that we're discussing tonight, is that passed by ordinance?
Yes, it's on the second reading tonight for ordinance.
And so is that, because it's passed by ordinance, it could be subject to a referendum also, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And where would citizens go to find information about starting a referendum if they decided to?
The city clerk's office would help them with the petition paperwork for that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else with comments? Seeing none, that concludes scheduled public comment or unscheduled public comment. do we need a break or are we ready to move forward? Just move forward? All right, we're moving on to agenda item 9. This is consent agenda items. I didn't see any request to pull any items. Let me know if I missed something, but if not, can I get a motion to approve 9A1, 9B1 through 5, and 9C1?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. There's no public hearings tonight. We're on to 11B1, which is the second reading for the Plan Unit Development at 1314 West Oxford. Do we have anyone from staff tonight? Do we have Planning Manager Brian Isom with us tonight? I don't see anyone online either. Just because I have 2 views.
I see a department representative checking now.
Okay,
They are likely on their way downstairs.
sounds good. I know we normally take a break after public comment, so. may
We
have
could,
caught 'em
we
off
could
guard.
also skip this and come back to it if you'd like.
Would actually have to move it, though. We would have to make a motion, or do we, how do we normally do that? Do we make a motion to move to later in the meeting, or?
Maybe we should just consider taking that break that we talked about.
Yeah, I think that probably is the best bet. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back at, right around 8:10. Members of council, if you could please be seated. Members of council, if you could please be seated. Members of council, if you could please be seated. All right, everyone, we are back. We're now back to agenda item 11B1. This is the second reading for the Plan Unit Development at 1314 West Oxford. We do have Mr. Isom, the actually, we're gonna change it up. I just lost your name for some reason. Go ahead.
Good evening, council. Staff does not have anything else to add at this time regarding this PUD, but we are here to answer any questions that you may have. And I believe the developer has some representatives here as well, if you have any questions for them. So,
Sorry about that, Mr. Sampson. Thank you very much for that. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. So my question would be can council amend this request tonight to include an 8-foot fence? Or can we not do that?
I would defer to council.
Yes, you could amend the ordinance tonight. And it would then require a second reading at a future council meeting. Your options could also be to send it back to planning and zoning to consider that amendment.
Thank you.
Actually, I would just have the question for Emery, just because this has come up over the past couple meetings, just in terms of just the concerns around putting a more permanent fence in. Obviously, I guess my question is just more, it's not something that's within the PUD today, but is there consideration from Emery about adding something a little bit more permanent, providing a little bit more, whether it's a sound barrier or just privacy? Just wanted to get your take from that.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members. Yes, Jim and Cheryl, the gentleman who spoke tonight about that, have been terrific neighbors, and we have spoken with them and met with them, walked the property many, many times on our community walk. So just to clarify, we have added, I believe, and I want to be sure somebody can correct me on code. Code today is at 6 foot, so we've requested to build a 7 foot, and we've upgraded to what we thought was a pretty substantial upgrade. In the posts are all brick. So it's a very substantial brick fence that requires poured footing, et cetera, on the posts. So we thought we were doing a very significant upgrade on that. I believe, and I know others spoke in the first public hearing, and then we heard some tonight about going to 8 feet or more of a composite material, right, instead of the cedar. I think that's the specific thing. So I think we have not priced that, right? We haven't done that. We're certainly open to that discussion or looking at that. But I think, we thought we had kind of stepped up. We did go back today because we've heard this comment. We're actually above code for what is the traditional transition from an industrial property to a single family neighborhood. And that's why we expanded that setback as well. So we hoped we were making that. But Mayor, I don't want to evade it. We're completely open to that discussion. I'll be honest, we'd prefer not to probably come back for an additional time period, just because of the length of time this has taken because of neighborhood feedback to change those plans, which we have readily adopted.
Thank you very much for that response. Member Anderson?
On the barrier that you have going, you have the fence, and wasn't there some other landscaping, and can you describe the nature of that?
Absolutely, Councilman. I might have Bonnie address that as well, because there's that landscape buffer, then the fence. So Bonnie will address that.
Yeah, I was Bonnie Nishelik, Norris Design. I'm just going to compare it to code and what they require for multifamily adjacent to single family. So code requires a 5-foot landscape screening. We're providing a minimum of 10 foot, which increases to 18 feet as we go north. Code requires 42 trees. We're providing 74 trees. Code requires a fence or landscape shrubs. So since we have the fence, no shrubs are required. We're providing 65 shrubs. And then instead of the 6-foot fence, we're providing the 7-foot fence.
Thank you.
Any further questions for members of council? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I think I'd like to propose an amendment. Is now an appropriate time?
I don't see any further questions. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I would like to amend to at least allow an 8-foot fence on this location. And that way, Embry can continue discussions with the neighborhood, and you have that option of putting an 8-foot fence up. I don't know, Member Russell, I assume you'll probably be my second on this. If you would like that to be a requirement, I can change the amendment to a requirement.
I would like it to be a requirement.
Okay, well then that's the amendment that I propose, a requirement for an 8-foot fence as opposed to a 7-foot fence at this location.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any further comments from members of council? Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I guess this is a point of information. Is a 8-foot fence currently disallowed?
So as the property is currently zoned I-1, an 8-foot fence would be allowed. I think the max height for industrial zones is 12.
But we're establishing a PUD which changes the underlying zoning.
Correct.
Which would mean that if we approve a 7-foot fence and not an 8-foot fence, an 8-foot fence would not be allowed.
That's correct.
Anything else, Member Anderson?
Nothing
Your
else.
light's still on, Mayor Pro Tem. Do you have further
No,
comments?
that's all I have, thank you.
Perfect. And with that, let's go ahead and vote.
I
I'm
have a
sorry, go ahead,
question.
Member Woodward.
My question is if it wasn't approved here and the developer during their discussions, there they are, came back 2 weeks from now or a month from now and said, we would like to do a 8-foot fence there. They would go in front of Board of Appeals at that point and put up an 8-foot fence,
That would,
assuming it got approved.
right. I would need a second to look at the PUD language to see what's actually on the guidelines for fences in the PUD district. And then I'm assuming that that would be, if they wanted to go up to an 8-foot fence, they could possibly do a variance, but I don't want to overspeak to that because I don't know if that would necessarily mean there would need to be a minor plan amendment. Oh, I'll have the planning manager come.
So there are minor adjustments that can be made through the PUD through an administrative process. It's hard to really judge what kind of adjustment that would be. There is a threshold on there that once it gets to a certain level, they would have to come back to the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council. I don't know how we would look at a 7-foot to 8-foot fence. We haven't had that proposed to us yet.
Okay.
So it would depend on materials, things like that.
Okay.
Just a point of information, Member Woodward, did you state if this amendment were to pass at an 8-foot fence, would this appeals process or something have to occur for the 8-foot fence to be built?
Correct.
Okay.
If it were to pass. So therefore, I'm going to be voting for it, voting no on the amendment. Because I think the developers I've seen have done everything in good faith. I assume they're going to continue to do that. And I'm not gonna stop a PUD or delay it another 2 weeks in financing and everything else that goes along with that type of development for 1 foot of fencing. So that's my remarks.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Anderson.
If I could ask the developer a question on this regarding the process that resulted in the landscape buffer plus the 7-foot fence in common, I mean, was that a process that happened in conversation with the neighbors around there, and how long did that take? How did that go down?
Yeah, I mean, it was a process with the neighbors. We've met with them, I forget how many times. It was great meetings, a lot of feedback. That's how the site evolved. And so as we talked to them, the fence was obviously something that was a concern. And so we enhanced the fencing system, have the brick columns with the fence in between. And then the additional landscaping as well. So, you know, just enhancing that whole strip was something that there was a concern there. And for us, it's also, you know, it's a drive aisle for us. And so having folks turn into something that has evergreen trees and is nice and soft and we can create some type of arrival is a nice marketing tool for us. And I think people like to live in those types of locations versus something that's just stark and concrete and there's no, you know, nothing green. So you can kind of drive our properties throughout the city and you'll see that we'll spend extra money and extra time to make sure that the landscaping is enhanced, whether it's required or not.
Thank you. So as far as my kind of thoughts on this, that we went through a process engaging with the neighbors to move it to a required 8-foot fence because of one comment from one neighbor. I'm concerned that there may be neighbors that don't want an 8-foot fence, provide, you know, possibly blocking additional sunlight. I mean, I know they're getting a development next to them as well, but that's not continuous through the entire property. So I don't know that, I don't have any way of knowing for sure that making an 8-foot requirement wouldn't make some neighbors unhappy. And at this point, hearing this on second reading, after we had the opportunity to hear, you know, to have this discussion on previous readings at the public hearing, I'm inclined to stick with the 7-foot fence. I think the 18-foot buffer provides that. If I'm putting myself in that position, I would much rather be able to see some trees and landscaping than just a higher barrier. I don't know that particularly solves the problem. It may make some people happy, but maybe not everybody. So I'm inclined to keep it the way it is at this stage in the game.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Anyone else? Member Noonkamp.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe staff can help me. I've been looking. Is there a mock-up of the fence in the packet? I can't find one.
There's a detail of the fence on page 14 of the PUD.
Oh, so not like a color mock-up, just like, this is helpful. Thank you. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Member Noonkamp, was that within our packet or that information that you just were able to see?
Yes, page 14 of the PUD.
So it is page 14 of the PUD?
Page 439 of tonight's packet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Member Noonkamp?
No further questions. I'll just say that without some more time to consider and to hear from more residents about would another, you know, full fence foot block light, is that what they want, or do they like having the maybe tall trees instead? Would we, from the mock-up I just saw, it's a very large, tall structure. Will another foot actually be something that we want? I'm not prepared to make that a requirement tonight. I would support an amendment to make that an option so they don't have to go back through an adjustment and appeals process. But I won't support an amendment to make it required without more information.
Thank you, Member Noonkamp. Anyone else? Go ahead, City Attorney Niles.
Yes, Mayor. We had some discussion regarding minor amendments to the PUD, which can be approved at the staff level. I did review code and confirmed that extending the fence by 1 foot could be something that's a minor amendment that could be approved by the staff level. We do have in code major amendments that must be approved through the process, but this is not one of those that require a major amendment. So should staff and the developer and citizens coordinate and decide this is in the best interest of the project, by our code, the city manager or designee, which is the community development department, can work together to approve that.
Thank you very much for that. City Attorney Niles?
And Mr.
Anything
Mayor,
else?
We're committed to the 8-foot high fence, so if we can work with staff, then we can do that, making sure that they're okay with the design and everything.
I appreciate you working with the community and with staff on that, so appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. And with that, I guess we should vote on the amendment as stated.
Member Anderson,
Nay.
Member Noonan Camp,
Nay.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Nay.
Member Woodward,
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Nay.
Let the record show 2 ayes and 5 nays.
Thank you. And with the amendment not passing, any further questions? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just want to clarify the record so that it's ironclad. I just heard you say you're committed to an 8-foot fence. Have you said that on the record? Is that something that we can hold you to after this meeting?
Yes, sir, working with staff, we're committed to providing 8-foot high fence.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, can I get a motion to approve 11B1?
I'll move 11B1.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. And I would just like to remind council, because after I weighed in last time, it was brought to the attention that we have to obey the law. We have to obey all of the law. Number one, we don't have to approve this at all. That's why we have a process to bring a PUD to change the zoning. We do not have to change the zoning. And thank you to Mr. Spiegel. He read the second requirement: in all PUD rezoning shall meet the following criterion. The resulting rezoned property will not have a significant negative impact on those properties surrounding the rezoned area, and the general public health, safety, and welfare of the community will be protected. I believe that there was ample testimony at the public hearing to prove that there is a negative impact to that property. It does not promote the health, safety, and welfare of the community. The zoning currently is I-1 light industrial. Light industry was put around railroad lines, limiting the number of people that would be exposed to a railroad accident. Planned unit developments are eliminating the health and safety zone that was put in zoning for a reason. Our forefathers carefully thought out the zoning plan for our city. The second thing that is of major concern to me is the environmental mitigation plan. It is not obvious that includes on-site inspectors during excavation, which we, as City Council, was not given the information on the study. And so when those underground tanks are dug up, there could be problems. The stormwater infrastructure at Oxford and Windermere is the location of the converging storm drain systems in Englewood. It is not adequate to absorb increased density in this area. Currently, we do not have the roadway infrastructure to handle the increased density. I do not believe the plans to the roadway are going to fix this problem. It's going to increase the number of residents in the area. It's not like that this city has not known that this is a transit-oriented development area for decades, and the roadway should have been fixed long before this. The problem is they should have widened Navajo. Once a new massive property is built at the corner of Oxford and Navajo, they will not be able to widen that road at all. Parking and traffic studies were insufficient. There is insufficient parking. The people, Ms. McCloskey, when she brought pictures, it just verified everything that we were told in the public hearing about the lack of parking in the area already. The traffic studies, there's 5 projects in that area that are not even complete yet, within 6 to 8 blocks either side of Windermere and Oxford. The industrial area saved our budget revenue during COVID. We must protect our industrial areas. When industry returns, we will have no space left for lucrative revenue generating property. There is not enough parkland to accommodate increasing density. I agree with the gentleman that shared tonight about Jason Park is closed from overuse. We are increasing the density in that area, which more, and so the park in Luffy is insufficient also. There is no affordable housing provided, making it impossible to generate anything affordable in Englewood. The more we build, the more expensive it is, the less affordable Englewood is going to become. City Council, I reiterate, should not approve this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell, for your comments. Anything else for members of council? Seeing none, can we please vote? I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I appreciate Councilmember Russell's comments on the law. I was the one who noted to my residents that I am obligated to follow the law. Having stated that, people can hold in good faith different ideas about what the law requires of them. And I believe that this is one development where Member Russell and I, in good faith, hold differing opinions on what the law requires of us. I have read through this packet. I've seen the recommendation from our Planning and Zoning Commission. I've read the staff memo. I've seen the list of reasons that the PUD fits in this area. I think about the highest and best use of that lot, and that was one of the things that P&Z considered when they sent this to us for approval. I look at the public improvements that are being made as part of this development, and the overall improvement that it signals for the neighborhood. There are people who live behind it that are not happy about it, and I understand that. Change is difficult. The disruption that comes with having a construction site in your backyard is difficult. And I say that as a person who lives across the street from one of our elementary schools and went through 2 years of construction when we rebuilt that school. So I understand all of those concerns, and I appreciate all those concerns. Nonetheless, Embry has worked with the community as effectively as possible to bring forward a development that provides the maximum public benefit in this location. And I just want to reiterate, again, at this time, for this current development, I'm comfortable with approval, especially in light of what could go there as use by right instead of this development. If you think that stopping this development will stop anything from being built on that lot, you are wrong. The likelihood is that a multi-story self-storage complex will go there in lieu of new residents and new neighbors. And I believe that that would be just as disruptive, if not more disruptive, to the neighborhood than what's being proposed here. So for all of those reasons, I will sustain my previous approval tonight, noting finally that I will be much less comfortable if another PUD comes up in this area in the near future prior to the current projects that are underway being completed. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. And with that, can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Wink.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay, the 1 nay being Councilmember Russell.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Moving on to 11B2. This is second reading for the major subdivision for Sam's Automotive. Back again is Mr. Sampson.
As previously, staff has nothing to add at this time, but we are here to answer any questions you may have about this.
Thank you, Mr. Sampson. Any questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11B2?
I move to approve 11B2, CB17.
Thank you, Member Edelstein. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Wink.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay, the 1 nay being Councilmember Russell.
Thank you, City Clerk. We're now moving on to 11B3. It's CB19. Here's the code of cleanup, adding wine to the fermented malt beverage license. We have Senior Deputy Clerk Jackie McKinnon.
This was just a code cleanup for the liquor for wine.
Sounds great. Any questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11B3?
I'll move 11B3.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any further comments?
Just a note, Mayor, that I'll be abstaining tonight.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Seeing no other questions, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Moving on to 11C1. This is the Bates Logan Park Renovations Grant. Open Space Manager, Mr. Torres is here with us again.
I think I have a PowerPoint.
Might have to click for a while.
But we'll get to the good stuff.
There we
All
go.
right, here we are.
Not too bad.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thanks for having us back tonight. We're excited to bring this to you. We're here tonight to ask for a resolution in support of the Arapahoe County Open Space Grant application for Phase 2 of Bates Logan. Just a little background on the amenities we have at Bates. In July of 2022, we were awarded a $500,000 grant from Arapahoe County for Phase 1 of Bates Logan. We met last week with the contractor, and they should be starting here anytime at Bates, so we're excited about that. Parks is going to apply for a $600,000 grant for Phase 2. We'll apply this month, and it'll be awarded in August. The primary components of this grant is a new playground. Parks will apply for another Arapahoe County Space Grant for Phase 3 in 2024. Some of the goals: we want to improve our infrastructure at the park. We want to provide common areas for neighbors of all ages and abilities to gather, to socialize, and to play. The scope is constructing an all-inclusive playground, replacing aging infrastructure and amenities, and improving outdated facilities. The budget, we had MDub Designs compile this estimated budget for us. Total cost of the project's $1.3 million. $600,000 will be funded through Arapahoe County Open Space Grant. $747,000 will be funded through Arapahoe County Open Space Shareback Funds and Conservation Trust Funds. The budget also includes site amenities and landscape restoration. Current conditions: the playground structure and equipment is outdated and not ADA accessible. Okay, let's get to the fun stuff. So these are some 3D renderings of the proposed playground at Bates Logan. You can see closest to us is the 2 to 5 year old playground, and further back is the 5 to 12. We wanted to take advantage of the hillside that we have there at Bates. So these are some really cool ideas to incorporate that into the project. This is a close-up of the 2 to 5. And this is kind of an overview of the whole project. One of the things that we're passionate about is bringing play to anybody and everybody. So a lot of these pieces are all inclusive. The green area that you see is the port and play that is accessible to a wheelchaired individual. And this is a sneak peek of Phase 3 that we'll be going for next year. So Phase 3 will be the basketball court, 2 pump tracks, and pickleball courts. Phase 1 you can kind of see up in the top left with the pavilion and the restroom, which we'll be doing this year. And proposed Phase 2, which we're applying for now, is kind of that bare area with the arrow towards the top. And is there any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Torres, for the presentation. We'll start off with Member Noonan-Camp.
This is so exciting. Thank you so much for the presentation. It looks beautiful. Very excited. I am curious about the pickleball courts.
You're not the only one.
There's been some changes in some neighboring municipalities recently due to sound, although it's one of the fastest growing sports in America. There is, especially in neighborhood parks, this question about sound. Have we thought about that?
We hear you. See what I did there? Yes. So we are looking into that issue and studying as well. For phase 3, we will, we'll have more neighborhood meetings to get neighborhood feedback as far as pickleball and noise. We also encourage any time for any resident to email, to call us on any, give us any feedback on any of our projects.
Great. I would hate to build it and then folks not love it, but I think a lot of people would love to have them there. So thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
My question, I think, is a little more global in nature. We're applying for a $600,000 grant here. How are we doing generally in obtaining and securing grants from the various granting organizations that we have in the state?
We've been very successful with Arapahoe County. We're also looking into more options. There's numerous grants out there. So I've been tasked with looking into more opportunities.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Member Anderson?
My question is about the current playground. How old is the existing playground that's there, do you know?
To my knowledge, I think it was built in the 90s.
Okay.
That playground that's currently at Bates.
Yeah, I'm just thinking back when I used to go there with students 12 or 13 years ago, and it just didn't seem that old. But I guess I'm getting old, so I've been in Englewood for a while now, so it's good to see this updated, even though I haven't been there for a while, and I have this memory of it being, not too old when I was there regularly last, so appreciate it.
I had a comment, but I'm leaving it to myself, so. Member Russell?
Thank you. And I actually am very grateful for the Arapahoe County Shareback Program and all of it, because we have been able to use it effectively for upgrading all of our parks. The one question, and I've had this since I very first got on council, and it's on question 10, the long-term plans for maintaining the project. And it says the City of Englewood Parks Department will continue to maintain the park, including the new playground. Since the current playground is already maintained and budgeted within the Parks Department, the new playground will continue to be maintained and budgeted within parks. There will be no additional effects to the budget with these improvements. But the problem is, I know in the past when we have done budgeting, it is becoming increasingly difficult to maintain the parks and the budget. It does increase our budget. Now, the first year or two, probably not so much. But I don't know how we can continue to increase the maintenance. I mean, that is something we do struggle with at times. Maybe not when it's brand new.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. I guess I'll ask the question just, so phase 3 is gonna be the pickleball courts, the pump track, and then the basketball courts, correct?
Potentially.
Potentially,
Correct,
if we get to that stage. So I guess my question is first about the basketball courts. As part of the phase 2, are the current basketball courts impacted?
Yes. So the playground will go where the current basketball court is at now.
Okay, so knowing that phase 3 there's potential we may be out without basketball courts for a while within Bates Logan.
Potentially for a year while we finish our in between the phases.
Okay, because I know they get used quite often, and I guess I have concerns about that aspect of it. I do like the fact that there's age-appropriate playgrounds. That's something that I've heard from many residents, that some of the playgrounds within Englewood are not age-appropriate for the 2 to 5, as you stated. So I like that aspect of it. I know that area of the new placement of the playground is used for a sledding hill too during the winter. So it looks like we may lose a little bit of that as well. But I do have concerns about losing the basketball court, to be honest with you. So I'll still, I think that's my major concern here. And the other aspect of it is with the pickleball courts, I like to see a little bit of outreach with the neighbors within the area. I have had one reach out to me, and I know that a couple others were unaware of it, but would like to just at least have a conversation about that before the pickleball courts,
Absolutely.
as future phase 3 potentially may impact the noise in there for their homes. So I don't see any other questions with, oh, sorry, go ahead, Member Woodward.
I just want to mention that I really appreciate seeing the pump track going in, even though it's in phase 3. It's something that the Parks and Rec Commission has talked about for a number of years for that certain age group, you know, that's kind of stuck in between there, the tweens and younger, and then the young teens. So it gets them on their bicycles and out in the dirt still and having a good time. And I'm really looking forward to seeing that go in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Actually, I made a mistake. I started adding comments when we haven't even have a motion. So apologies for that. Can I get a motion to approve 11C1?
I move to approve 11C1.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Could I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Do you want to go ahead and repeat your comments? No, I'm joking. Any further comments? I know you can. And with that, can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Wink.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much, Manager Torres, for that.
Thank you.
Up next is our Director of Human Resources, Sean Weisky, here to talk about a change order with CPS Benefits Consulting. Good evening, Mr. Weisky.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Staff doesn't have anything to add, but I am available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Weisky. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Question, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not clear based on this change order, what happens if we decide not to approve it? We're being asked $40,000. We have a benefits specialist in-house right now, but we're being told that that individual doesn't have enough experience operating benefits to actually perform the job function at this time. If we decide that $40,000 is not a cost that we want to pay tonight, what would the consequence of that action be?
Well, yeah, actually, let me just make sure I address what you said. I want to make sure we're clear. It's not that the person didn't have enough experience. They had just been hired 2 weeks prior to this contract expiring. So CPS has since stopped providing services to the city as of March 17th. And our benefits specialist has been hitting the ground running ever since. So the transition was successful, and we don't anticipate any additional services from CPS Consulting.
Okay, so to clarify, we're being asked to approve a cost that's already been incurred.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C2?
I'll move 11C2.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Any comments?
Mayor?
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I have to say I'm not a big fan of the process here. You know, if we have authority to approve expenses above a certain amount, we should be given that option prior to the time the expense is incurred. And I'm not sure that's your issue, Mr. Weisky, but it is something that I want to go on record about, you know, for future. You know, it's important that to the extent that this council has supervisory authority over the budget, we're allowed to express that supervisory authority. And in this case, I don't feel like we were given that opportunity.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Woodward.
In this particular case, and having been on all of the pension boards in Englewood for numerous years, going back a long time, I understand how it happens when, if you lose an employee, that is the person that's dealing with all those benefits, and year end comes, you have to do something, because a lot of this stuff is required to even have a meeting. And you have to do something, and especially this year and last year, when it was really hard to find and hire qualified people, and they need to be qualified. I understand how that happens, so I'm not as concerned with this particular one as the Mayor Pro Tem, understanding what you probably went through, and I know what I went through as the chair in previous years. I understand that, and I will be voting yes on this.
Thank you, Member Woodward. City Manager, your light's on.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to clarify that we did have the money in the budget for this, so it's not necessarily a budgetary issue as the money was in the budget. What we did do was slightly go over the limit that staff can spend on these contracts. So when we discovered this, we were at $98,000 of the contracted amount. And we did at that time seek to intervene to stop work, but the company had already continued doing some work that we were not aware of, but that was needed work that we would have been asking them to do. And so we do find ourselves in the unenviable position of asking you to approve a contract when the work has already been done.
Thank you for that clarification, City Manager. Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you. So, City Manager, all the money is in the budget to pay for it. Are we gonna have to have a budget supplemental for this?
Thank you for the question. Member Russell, we will not need a budget supplemental for this.
Thank you.
Any further comments from members of council? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you, City Clerk. And we're now moving on to general discussion. Within the packet, you should have saw a proclamation for the United States Marine Corps Memorial Day. Just wanted to see if there was any feedback towards not adding this to a future council session. Think we're all okay with having it move forward? Looks like, okay, perfect. So we'll go ahead and add that to future, probably in May, I believe that we'll add it, so.
Actually, maybe can we do it the next council meeting? Because I think the date is
that's
like
right.
April 29th.
It wouldn't make sense to do it prior.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell, for pointing that out. So we'll add it to the next regular meeting in 2 weeks. And with that, we have an executive session for a conference with the city attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice. Perfect, and I believe, Member Wing, since you're online, it could only be the 6 of us, so I move to go into executive session time, executive session pursuant to CRS 24-64024B and CRS 24-64024A for a conference with the city attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions and the purchase or acquisition of real property interest regarding the legal consequences of the environmental analysis of EAF properties, to consider the advisability of city acquisition, and 2, use of eminent domain to acquire title to Englewood Depot for construction and placement of a museum and community space, and pursuant to CRS 24-64024B for a conference with the city attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions regarding a ballot question on multi-unit housing. Present at the executive sessions are the following persons: Mayor Nathaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Stephen Ward, Councilmember Rita Russell, Joe Anderson, Chelsea Noonenkamp, Jim Woodward, City Manager Sean Lewis, and City Attorney Tamara Niles. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink. I guess we'll skip that, yeah. Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you, everyone. We now exit this meeting and reconvene in the community room. right, so the time is now 10:10 and the executive session has been concluded. Present at the executive session were the following persons: Mayor Othaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Stephen Ward, council members Rita Russell, Joe Anderson, Chelsea Noonan-Camp, Jim Woodward, City Manager Sean Lewis, and City Attorney Tamara Niles. I move to close the executive session. May I have a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink, Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concern for the record. All right, thank you, everyone, and I guess we're still on Mayor's Choice. Trying to think if I have anything specific. I guess the only thing that I do want to bring up is just obviously the Senate bill that's currently in front of the state legislature in regards to it's State Bill, I have it here, 213-23, I believe it is. But with obviously that conversation happening at the state level, just feel it's best at this moment that, well, one, that as part of the Code Next Title 16 discussions, that we continue to separate the R1 discussion, which includes the multi-housing component that we've been discussing as part of council, to separate that from the entire Code Next discussion, separate those two, and in conjunction with the state bill that's currently occurring, I think we further pause any further conversations regarding the R1 zoning until a decision is made at the state level, which should be occurring within the next month. So just wanted to make the public aware of that any further discussions on R1 are going to be on pause until anything happens at the state level. I don't believe I have anything else in terms of Mayor's Choice, so I'll open it up for Council Member's Choice. Member Anderson.
Just as a follow-up to what you just stated, separating out the R1 multifamily options from the rest of Code Next. I know this is a shift, separating out and delaying it till after the Senate Bill 23-213 is considered at the state level, and whether it passes or not, just delaying it until then. Do we want to do some level of notification towards the citizens regarding, in terms of a press release or maybe just an announcement on the website, in order to make sure people are aware of that? Because I know a lot of attention has been given to this.
Go ahead, Member Noonan-Camp.
I would support that. I think that our Englewood Engage platform is the best place for citizens to know what's going on with special projects in the city. So the ability to put some updated information there and then to share that out on social media and those kinds of places, I think would be a good idea.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. I would be in support of that as well, Member Anderson.
Agree.
Anybody in, I'd see everybody seems to be at least be in agreement, or at least no dissent on that. Anything else, Member Anderson?
Nope, thank you.
Anyone else, Council Member's Choice tonight? All right, we'll move it over to City Manager's Choice.
Thank you, Mayor. Today we sent out some information about the Youth Advisory Council and wanted you just to solicit your feedback on any of the marketing recruitment. We will be recruiting for that through May 12th, and I want to thank Tim Dodd and the City Clerk's Office for their work on that. And then just to formally announce that Englewood Civic Center will go live as a passport acceptance facility on May 3rd. So we've gotten all the green lights. The clerk staff has gone through all the required training. Information will be sent out to the community throughout the month of April. It'll also be in our magazine. And just really want to thank Stephanie and her team in the clerk's office for doing a great job with that work. So glad to answer any questions about that. And that's all, Mayor.
Thank you. And City Attorney.
Yes, a short report tonight regarding publication of ordinances on the city website. Our city charter requires us to publish our ordinances, but it does not describe the manner we are required to do so. For about a year now, you've seen on our ordinances, we have written that city staff can publish it on the city website, in the official city newspaper, or both. For about a year, we've published it in both places, both on the website and in the newspaper. When we publish in the newspaper, it costs about $3,000 per year, plus some significant staff time from the city clerks to coordinate those publications and get proof back, pay the bills, that sort of thing. So we wanted to raise whether we should consider simply publishing them on our city website and saving that $3,000 a year and the staff time to publish in both places.
Any feedback from council? Member Anderson?
I'm supportive of that. I don't know how many people are currently getting their information on city ordinances published by the newspaper, but I'm wondering if we could publish one, if we go this route, publish one last time saying we're no longer going to be publishing. So if there's somebody out there who's flipping through the newspaper to see those published ordinances, that they would know that where they need to look in the future.
Any other feedback from members of council? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I have reservations with this plan, just based on the fact that when we publish these ordinances in a newspaper, they're held by a third party for, the purposes of historic research and preservation. And when we push them into 100% city publication, we now put our residents in a position where they have to come to the city and ask for them under Cora, or do research and be subjected to the bureaucracy where they could otherwise have gotten them through private sector methods. So I am not 100% comfortable with making this change, but I'm recognizing I'm probably in the minority here.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else? Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I just responded to that. I think that if they're published on our website, the website is archived in various ways out on the internet, and somebody doesn't particularly have to go through the government to get those. They will be archived in various ways, I think. So I think it has the citizens still have a non-governmental route to go to access those.
Member Russell?
Thank you. I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem, because there is a generation that does not use that technology. And I know that when my mom was still alive, she waited for the newspaper. There is that generation that reads the newspaper from cover to cover about all of it. And so I am in agreement with the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Member Russell. I'll weigh in. I'm okay with the change, but I do recognize the fact that what Member Russell is stating. Obviously, it came up earlier tonight when we were talking about the emergency management, that some people, it had to do with the text messaging. It's not a medium that everyone uses. So I am cognizant of that fact. I would be in favor of what Member Anderson stated, just print it at least one more time. And letting people know that this is where they can view the city ordinances online. But I'm just curious if we will have to revisit this in the future, just based on feedback from citizens. So I guess I'd go down the route that you suggested, and then just see if there's a reason to reverse it in the future. Member Noonekamp.
Just point of clarification, we're putting it in the Herald, is that correct, currently?
Yes, and we are only publishing by title currently.
Okay.
So the title and then referring, you can access the actual text on the city website.
Right. My preference, I think there's a way we can meet in the middle on this. I do think having some sort of printed communication is helpful, or at least notifying citizens there are new ordinances that you can go review if you would like to. I'm not sure that paying to put them in the Herald, which is a subscription paper that maybe not everyone even is getting, is necessarily the best way to do that to reach the majority of our citizens. I would be open to, in our quarterly citizen magazine, including something that says, if you'd like to see the updated ordinances that City Council has passed, please visit our website. You can do that here. And maybe that kind of notification that every single person in the community receives, whether they subscribe to the paper or not, with exact instructions on where they can access the ordinances, so that we still have that mail notification, but that the bulk of where they live is the website, which is the most efficient.
Sounds like a good alternative, so. All right. Anyone not in favor of the, putting it within the Citizen magazine? I think that's a good alternative, so. All right, anything else, City Attorney?
No, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right,
And
everyone.
just, wait,
Oh.
so publish one more time by title in the Herald, and then with a notice that it can be accessed on our website, and then put a reference, like an ad type thing in our magazine to say all of our ordinances can be accessed here.
Yep,
Does that
I like that.
work? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. And with that, it is 10:22 and this meeting is now adjourned. Everyone have a great week.